forgot. Thank you for looking out for me. Okay. Let's do a value study. This model, I've been painting her for years. She used to model at Art Center. Well, I think she still does model at Art Center, but she was modeling at Art Center when I was there. And she was there before I was there. I have no idea how old she is. But
she's probably near her 80s.
I would say something like that. And if you look, she says she doesn't dye her hair.
I know, that's unbelievable.
But she's a lifetime vegetarian, so, or like vegan, I think.
Yeah, her name is Carol Holst.
Oh, you know her, yeah, okay.
Oh, she looks very familiar.
Well, if you've been painting around here for any length of time, you probably painted her. Or anywhere in Southern California, or, you know, anywhere around the LA area. Yeah. Okay, so let's just do a value study here. Yeah, so let's see. I'll just draw a little sort of up there. And the thing to note is that if you can draw a line through her eyebrows, see how the right one's higher?
Can everyone mute and turn
Yeah.
the videos off, please? Sorry to interrupt, Rob.
Yeah, everybody mute and make sure you get your videos off. Yeah, that's the big one because that takes up a lot of bandwidth. Okay, so yeah, so that'll tell you that, okay, so for you to get your, let's say the center of her face is approximately here. That's how you can figure out the tilt of somebody's head. I mean, I know she's tilting quite a bit, but other times people aren't tilting very much, and it's hard to figure it out. So anyway, you could then throw down your egg shape, like so, and then halfway between the brow.
Sorry again, Rob. Could you zoom in a little more?
Yeah, I'll zoom in.
Thank you. So sorry again.
No problemo. Oops, the other way. Okay, so that gets us in the ballpark. Here, I'll zoom it out a little bit.
So is the middle horizontal line her eyes, where her eyes are?
Yeah.
That line, yes. That's her.
About the eye, yeah. So this is the brow, and then halfway between the brow and the chin is approximately where the nose is, and halfway between the nose and the chin is where the bottom of the bottom lip is. So that's why it looks really low when I put it in there. So the lips are actually up here. And then you have all the chin. And that's how I generally go. Now, the thing about this particular picture, whoops, is that if you look at her ears, look at the very top tips of her ear, you'll notice they're almost in alignment with the middle of her eyes. So this eye line right here. So usually they're up here, right? And now they're down here. That's because she's looking slightly upwards. So your ears will go down when you look up. Your ears will come up when you're looking down. See?
Mm-hmm.
So you could just block that out and then say, well, the bottom of her ear is, you know, almost even with her lip or somewhere in there. So her ears are like somewhere in this area. And then what a lot of people do with this line here is they'll take it and they'll just kind of curve it a little bit. If that helps you, go ahead and do it. I don't really usually need to do it, but it does look, it looks more round. We take this out, it can help you. So, all right. And then she has a very thin neck. Going this way. And let's take the nose shape. And the eye socket. And I don't want to get too carried away with this right now because it's just a value study. This will give you a couple little warm-ups before we get into the finish though. So someone in there, someone in there. And a little bit on top of the hair.
Rob, I have a question about the shape of her face. Okay, you just shaped it in. So
What'd I do? The jaw?
her jaw looks a little bit square.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty thin too, really narrow, like in between here and here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then the cheekbone comes out in front of it. That's plenty good. And that's fine. Let's for values, I'm just going to use Prussian blue. Let's put something pretty dark in the background. Now I'm noticing that this is almost the same value as her shadows. So do we make it lighter than her shadows or darker? You know, so you could do either one, really. I'm going to go darker. People really get some dark up against her face. Otherwise, the shadows would just be lost. And that doesn't always look bad either, but.
Did you say that's ultramarine blue?
Yeah, the color doesn't really matter because all we're thinking about is the value, but this is Prussian.
Prussian, okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't look as green.
Yeah.
Yeah, like ultra.
You're right, you're right. I noticed I'm looking at the screen. Yeah, it looks see now let me try this. My ultramarine could use a little help here, but it's a little purple. I mean, that's not a pure ultramarine, but a little different. Anyway, you can see that is a little bit greener than that, though. Okay, so let's take the shadows. And you notice how her shadow, let's just start over here on her forehead. It goes around her eye, and then you get that little slip of shadow. All this, you get that little, I'm sorry, that little slip of light right there. It goes up on her nose. You get the little slip of light right there too.
Is that still Prussian or is that ultramarine? Sorry.
It's just Prussian blue.
This is Prussian blue right here?
Yeah, but you can use black or any value you like, really. Yeah. We're only doing the values. So, see, I group it all together. Pull that down. Little light hits her shoulder back there. Now remember, here's one thing I'd like to pay attention to is that, remember her eyes are round, they're balls, right? So the right side, look at the whites of her eyes. The right side of the white of her eye is catching more light than the left side. See, the left side goes into shadow. The right side is in light. Same over here. There's a little bit of the white of the eye. That side's in light. This side's in shadow because it's a ball. So just I always throw a little bit of shadow in there, like they're balls, and then get an eyebrow, a little bit of eyebrow over here. There's a little bit of a crease in there. And there really isn't a whole lot of shadow in this eye. There's just little sort of halftones in there. These ones too, right over here. A little bit of halftone in there for that. A couple little ditties in here. Even her hair. Most of the hair goes into shadow over here. And as it bends toward the light, see how it gets brighter. A couple of slips in there, but most of it gets brighter. So probably the darkest dark, probably in the nostrils. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of dark in here. Maybe hit something in there. And just a couple ditties for the nostrils, maybe the corners of the mouth. If you look really in the corner of the eye too, you'll get them. You'll get them in there. Might even get something in the, whatever you call it, the pupils. So that just helps to explain to yourself where the light is, where the shadows are. And that's all it's for. If we want to go in, right now it's all white here. So what I like to do is, maybe what you could do is just lightly draw some areas around it. Like for instance, she gets highlight up there. She's got a highlight over here on her cheek. You might want to just notice where those are. A lot of times when I'm painting, I just avoid those areas, but if you have a pencil line down there, it helps. And then when I come around with this very light value, I'll just avoid those areas. Then a little bit of something up in there. Definitely got a very light highlight on her nose, but I don't know if I can even get that at this scale. We'll just knock back a lot of this. This is not that bright. Even though the white of the eye, even though the white of the eye, you might mistake it as white, but it's nowhere near the value of this highlight on the side of her face. So. It's kind of like when I'm out landscape painting and I paint a road, for some reason roads always register as black in my head. Now, the road's got to be black asphalt, right? And then I put it in, so I go, oh no, it's not black, Rob, come on. So then I put it in like a dark gray, and it's nowhere near that. The value, in other words, we have these preconceptions of what like the whites of the eyes should be or something. And they're never, hardly ever that light. Except when, like they Photoshop you in magazines. So, now you notice it gets a little bit darker right in here. It's a little lighter out here. It's a little darker right there. And that's the core of the shadow, see? So that's the actual color of the shadow. This light stuff out here is the reflected light. There's a little bit of reflected light out there. So we can come back and hit those, the core of the shadow there a little bit. That'll do there. It's just before things go into light. Get a little bit of that core. And then of course it gets really dark on the front of her face here, see? Really dark. The nose right in here catches a little reflected light. And we just got a couple darkies in the ear. And a couple of little things over here. A little lighter. Marked over there. And you know, the hair gets pretty darn dark in the darkest parts. Even though it's light hair, that's another thing. You might register it as a pretty light value when some places get pretty dark. That's when you just really have to look. All right. So there's a color. Let's go up to a value. I mean, I'm sorry. Let me say that backwards. Let me say that properly here. That was the value. Now we'll do the color. All right. And then, so again, you know, now you could lay out your egg first like this. And then just decide, okay, about halfway, he's kind of leaning at about this angle. So as long as you get, you know, this angle right, then, you know, you're going to get this angle right. Because it's just a right angle, right, to these, like a 90-degree angle. So I can hear somebody. Let's see. I'll mute you. Okay. All right. So again, halfway in between these two, bottom of the nose. Halfway in between these two, bottom of the lips. And then in her case, let's say, you know, the ears are approximately in here. A little lower than that. All right. And up the hair. And hairline. Neck. The neck comes down, and then you have a little bit of muscle right there. Comes like that way. That's called the trapezius. And that comes right into your shoulder. This other one too, that's the trapezius. And I can make that a little bit bigger. All right. And again, maybe her nose is a little wider than that. Get that triangle going and then get your goggles going here. You know, I like to plot those points. Just telling myself what's the front, what's the side. It's handy over here on her because see, right on the side where the cheekbone starts, you can see that's where that highlight is. So it kind of tells you to see the front of her face is dark and then it turns to the side and you grab a big highlight right there. So, and I just want to know approximately where that is. That's all that's for. It's not right on the mark. It's actually over here more, but it just helps you to find those things. That's all. You could even do this one too, on the side, because that comes right up her face, right there on the side of her face. All right. And you have the ball of her eye, and just sort of guess an approximate size and shape. And then go down for the diamond of the mouth. And remember I mean, her pupils are looking off to the side, but anyway, the center right, that's approximately where the corners of their mouth are. So just so you know, if you're way out here, it's gonna look like a, you know, what's his name? Mick Jagger or something, you know? Okay. And you know, like I said, a lot of very popular celebrities and whatever have really distorted features. Okay, we got a little something in there, a little something in there. Kind of a little hook in there and a little shape in there. And I don't see why it's necessary to get into too many details in the feature at this stage. I just thought we'd go over our sort of standard rules a little bit. And remember, we're looking under her nose. You can see when she's looking up, you're going to catch a little bit more under the nose. So that's why I just acknowledge that part. So we have a top and a side and a bottom. And then we have this cast shadow that comes around and goes around. It goes around her eye and is down there. And it goes around this eye bone right there. It kind of comes into a sort of a shape like that. It's all fuzzy. Here we have a little, I mean, the nostril shape is it's going to be something like this. When we do the bigger one. At this point, it doesn't really matter. And all that's in shadow. You get a little triangle of light there. All right, and then see the local color of her flesh is sort of right. I didn't go on the chin shadow. Right in here. like on the chin, right here as it goes into shadow. That's that local color, which we usually just call we usually call it the local color, but you could call it the medium color. And I would use cad red, cad yellow, and ultramarine blue. It's kind of a pink, so you want a lot more red in it. But too much red and she'll look like she has a sunburn. So so there's mine, way too red. A lot more yellow. I need more yellow here pretty soon. And just give them a test. That's way too gray. So I need more red in it. Let's see what that is. And it's a very light tone, so you're gonna have to add a lot of water. Oh, it's still, I'll put it right here. Still a little pinker than that, so I'm gonna add more. I like that, but then with her local color is so light, it's going way really light. Now, we want to avoid the highlights, so maybe you'll want to draw yourself some lines around where your highlights are. If that helps you, go ahead and draw the lines around the highlights. So see this one, how it comes up the side of her face. And like I say, I usually just avoid it. But, you know, it might be a smart idea just to draw those in. A little bit on the jaw there. Side of her neck. Okay, so her neck's way down here. Okay, well, she has a really thin neck. We gotta thicken it up on this side and thin it out on this side. All right. And then you could just go over all the shadows. Oh yeah, any sort of highlight. Make sure you don't go over the one on the nose. But don't worry about it. There's always white. Remember, we can always use white. Okay. So I'm just gonna put down my tone here right over the shadows. In fact, I don't think, yeah, there's much of a highlight over here anywhere, except in her eye. You could go over her eye, but yeah. And even the highlight over here is really, wait, or can I need to get that lighter? Wow. Very little paint. Some highlights in here. It looks really light her skin, but then when you compare it to that white, it's not anywhere near. See the difference like right here? How dark the skin is and how light the highlight is? So really, just leave it white. There's a little highlight on the ear if you want to catch that. A little highlight on the lip, a little bit on the chin. And then he's just pinker. The lips are really pink. Oops. There we go. She pinks up in the ears. Because they're kind of transparent. And even though you still will see some in the shadow over here. But and anywhere where the skin's really thin, you're going to see some pink. And I'm just going to get something darker up in her hair. It's kind of just a darker version of her flesh tone, really. It goes into very light stuff over there. All right. You get the yellows in her hair too. At some point. Now, the color of her shadows are very violet. So I'm going to use magenta. Mix it in with that. Mix a little bit of that light color in there with the magenta and ultramarine blue. So basically, we just take the skin color here and we mix in a little magenta into it. So it's red, yellow, blue again, but I used a little magenta instead of just the red. Let me see where we are here now. Yeah, somewhere in there. And really, I'm going to thin that out because that's about what the darks are. Maybe a little bit. Let's just put that over the whole thing. That. Should I just group the whole thing? Don't paint like pieces and parts. Paint holes. Maybe some more shadow in there. There's a lot of shadow in the corner of her eye. Over here too. I'm sorry, in the white of her eye, excuse me. White of her eye. And then she's got sort of blue, light blue-green eyes. I mean, her eye on this side is lighter than this one. Or maybe it appears lighter because it has more dark around it. That's interesting. So I might just use some Prussian. Very light though. I'm not going to bother trying for a highlight at that scale. Not really. Mostly we're going for the color. She really isn't real pink in her cheeks. You think she would be, but her lips are a lot more pink. So sometimes I'll give them a little bit more in the cheeks anyway. The ears, though, relatively speaking, are a little bit more pink than the cheeks. I'm gonna throw a little bit more on the lips. And like you can see right in her eye there, a little bit of red in there. Not red, but definitely hot spot. Hot spot in there, hot spot in there. I'm going for some darker areas of shadow. And the hair in general is darker than the shadow is here. And she's got really light hair, which is, you wouldn't expect it to be that dark in the shadow. But it gets pretty dark, like up in here and down there. Even in here, a little slip of dark in there. So, these colors are interesting. And then she does get the darker part of the shadow. Let's see, I hope this isn't too dark. Let's see. Pretty dark, Rob. I'm gonna lighten that up a little bit. And I made that a little bit blue violet in there. So I used magenta and ultramarine blue. And the dark in there. I'm just using sort of a violet for her shadows. Interesting. Why didn't I do the background first? I have no idea. I think it was just a little caught up. She's got a lot of orange in her hair, yellows and oranges in her hair. So I'm going to throw a couple of those. See how yellowy areas. And, you know, it is sort of a green gray in the background. So I'm going to use phthalo blue and cad yellow with a little cad red. So phthalo blue, cad yellow with a little cad red. That makes me have a very neutral, grayish kind of green. Yeah. If you want to, you could just really push the green in there if you like. One thing I like though is if it's quite a different color than the shadow right here. Right now they're almost the same value, but if it's quite a different color, it'll help in separating things, and you won't lose the shadows into the. Well, it is quite a different color. I do think though the smart thing to do is to get it. Let's see what it looks like lighter. I didn't try that on the other one. It's lighter than the shadows. That's not bad. Maybe dark on the light side and then light on the dark side. Then that can work. Let's see how that works. You can always go darker. And then again, to accomplish that a little bit of a core in the shadow there. I just come back with a little bit of something darker. A little bit. And that was the same color I used in here, ultramarine blue and magenta. That's pretty dark. So then I'll just add a little bit of water to lighten those up a little bit. A little more pink, a little more life. Add a little life, a little blood in the flesh. And I can see that the eyes need to go a little bit darker blue, which is a good thing. We would rather go a little darker than make them too dark. Just kind of leave them like that for now, and then I think those are good colors. I'll just leave it like that instead of detailing it out. It doesn't really need any detail. So are you ready? Oh, I'll let you finish up here. Did you guys? I gotta move this thing along. Let's see. Let me. If you wanted to take a photo, let me get this a little bit smaller. I'll take one too. And that gives us a little study. That's all it's for. It's just, this is just for study. Studying how light and dark it is. And the color. That's all we're doing. That's what this first one doesn't matter what color you use. Well, it kind of does. I mean, if you did it in yellow, you'd never be able to get the darks, right? So you need something that gets dark enough. But it wouldn't matter if you used a green or a blue or a black or a violet or something dark. Okie dokie. We did all that work just so we could do more work. I'm such a slave driver over here. Come on, everybody, work, work. Put your back into it. Okay. Now. Let's, now sometimes I just like to place the egg first because even though if I don't get the right angle of it, I just want to place it just to see how big I want it on the page. So I'm just going to take a couple stabs at it. That's pretty big. I don't want it too small either. And I know it's pretty much going, like the line of her face is pretty much going in that direction. So if this is, she's kind of tilted. We've already definitely talked about that. But I'll do a loose egg before I really lock down on it. And I think, okay, let's see. Wait, no, that's how big she is. And then if her neck is about somewhere in there, and this one's over here, I think that feels pretty good. All right, so Then I can start kind of, okay, so then this is the approximate size of her head. I'm thinking, let's see, yeah. So, and this is already giving me that angle I'm looking for. So here's her eyes about halfway in between these two. And you know, nothing's 100%, but at least this gives you a good method on how to find these things. I mean, instead of just going free for all, which a lot of people think you should just go free for all. I have pretty good luck doing it. But I still agree that you should know this first. And then from the eye, her eyebrows are pretty high off there.
Can you press a little harder?
Yeah, they're hard for me to erase though. Let's see. Is that good enough? Like that?
Mhm.
You can see that, right? I can totally see that. You can't see that?
Yes, we can
You
see.
can see that. Okay.
Fine. Now,
Okay, good.
Rob, a question.
Go ahead.
Can you, because she is looking slightly up, the eyes are not exactly in the half point of the egg. They're a little bit higher, aren't they?
Well, the eyes are.
Mhm.
The eyes are, but I mean the eyeball is still where it is. It's just like if the eyeball would normally be like this,
Mhm.
like looking right at you, and now it's like this. So you know, I'll show you how to make those alterations. There's a lot of things that happen when you look up at somebody's eyes too that we'll go over, but I
Right.
can't really go over them in there.
No,
I'll just
it's,
leave it.
but the distance between the eyeballs to the chin and to the hairline is not equal in her case.
It's not very far off.
Yeah.
It's a little bit to the right and a little bit high. Yeah. But anyway, no, I still draw the eye line. I still draw everything the same because these are just the basic guidelines. And then I compare it. Whereas you're right. I see what you're saying. Whereas normally maybe the iris would be right here. Now maybe it'll be more up here, you know?
Right.
So
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we'll definitely get into that. But see, what I do is I put it down the way it should be first, and then I move it. Not very hard to do, but I'll show you. So halfway in between these two, and that's about the bottom of your nose. And then halfway in between the nose and the chin. And the bottom of the lips. Yeah, that was a good one though. And what you know, another thing you can do is from the eyebrows, you can say, okay, what's approximately here for the hairline? A lot of people like to do that too, because look how much head is up above the hairline. So if this is this, let's say her hair kind of goes like this. Yeah, there's that much head up there. And then we probably got some hair on top of that. So it really elongates. And then the thing that really gives away her the angle of the face is where the ears are. Now, you can imagine the ears. So go about halfway in between the nose and the bottom of the bottom lip, about here. Because that's about where her ears are. Wait. Yeah, because remember, this is the very bottom of the bottom lip. The bottom of the ear is a little bit higher than that. Somewhere in there. And then we'll just Somewhere in there. And these are just guesses. Take them over. Search there. Yeah, a little bit higher. So probably lower than you would expect an ear to be, and that's what makes your eyes look higher. And like I said before, you can take this eye line here and bow it a little bit, so like this. Same with the brow line. What that does, you see how it pulls you up a little bit higher. So there's a part of the answer for you, Carolyn. We just move the eyes up a little bit higher. There's a part of the answer. Because we're looking up at her, you're looking at the underside of a lot of things, and those lines will arc up a little bit. And the same goes true for the nose. A lot of times, I mean, you don't have to be this picky. Oh, I can zoom in on this a little bit too. We'll look a little short through here. See, I'll throw in the bottom of the nose kind of arc too, as well. You can see you're looking up at the bottom of the nose, so it'll arc up. And the mouth will fit around here. I don't know how I got so small in between here, but looks like I need to give her more chin. Oh well. Okay. Better to find it out now, huh? Now, having said that, wow. I may have to go a little bit lower with that ear over here. And that's what you do. More in there. Did I drop that eye? I dropped that down a touch. I'm going to pull her ear down about there a little bit more. All right, and all right. And then the underside of the nose. I get kind of a wedge shape like that. Just to figure out about how wide I want the nose to be. Something like that. I mean, you don't actually see a line down here, but I'm just good just to put it in. So that just kind of shows you that you're really catching a lot of the bottom of the nose. You can really see it. And then yeah, I'm gonna have to bring her. I got a little mixed up on something down here. Oh yeah, when I brought that chin down. All these little adjustments have to be made. And I'll just approximate her lips about there. We've got a little shadow, and then I dropped her. Wow, I really dropped her down. Sometimes, yeah, that's a little bit better. sometimes it's just a pencil width. This time it really was a good 1/4 of an inch. Wow. There's that little W shape, right? Right here. And this part just goes away. And you can see like even that W shape, it really creates that little shadow she's got in there. It's there. All right, now we have a you could just, sometimes I like to put a little bit on the inside there. Just, you can see those bones. It's very light over here, but you can see it. It helps me to place the eyeball in there.
So Rob,
Yeah.
her right eye, which is to our left, is slightly lower than the other one.
Well, it follows this arc. Oh yeah, yeah. You remember it's going at an angle.
That's right. Okay, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah. Yep.
Can you explain?
Did we lose you? I can't hear you.
Can you explain the eyelids?
Oh. Yeah. Let's do that right now. Okay, so let's draw an eyelid. The eyelid just wraps around the eye. Remember, you've got a ball. This is why I put the balls in there first. Because this wraps around the ball of the eye. And then comes down, and then you have a little bit of a thing there. The bottom does the same thing. It's not flat. See how round it is? It goes around the eye, around the eye. And then there's a step out, see, and you get a little bit of a highlight on the thickness of the eye. So this goes into shadow right here. But this right here catches light. See how much it catches light? And then the top part right here is, see that little crease? That's where her eyelid slides back into her head right there, and that's what gives you the crease. I know it sounds kind of gross, but and then the skin just does its own little thing and kind of magically disappears. But you get this little crease right there. That's another reason I put the eyeball in. You can see it on this side. See the little crease down below? It's really light. But that's where the eyeball goes back into the head, and it gives you a little bit of a crease there. In certain other lighting conditions, you would have a nice little shadow right there. So and that's how I do that. Now here's the thing, the note here, and you can really see it on this eyeball. You actually catch a little bit of the underside of the eyelid there. Can you see it? So you catch the thickness. I'll draw it again here. It's like this. So you catch, there's the eyelid, there's the bottom lid. So there's the thickness of the bottom lid. But in this case, she's got her eyes, we're looking up at her. So you actually catch a little bit of that inside of the eyelid. which is something you usually don't do when you're looking straight at somebody. You usually don't see that. They have to be looking upward for you to see that. So it actually, if I were using a line to define the area, we kind of go around like this and then step in around the ball of the eye, step out for that thickness of the lid and step down again, right? Like this. Etc. Out. And that's what gives you that. You just realize you're actually looking up at their eye. Anyway, I'll keep talking about it. It's not easy, I know. You're really talking about some things that really confuse a lot of artists. So there's my placement of my eyeball, and then I might just tell myself how much white of the eye do I want to show over there, and there's very little over here, but part of it's caught up with some shadow in it. So, but the bottom lid just barely touches the bottom of the iris, like that. Might have to bring that lid up a little bit, but I don't want to draw really dark lines around there. They're hard to lighten up. Because remember, we still got the shadow that kind of goes in here, right? And it steps out for the bottom lid and then comes back and hooks around. If anything, this is why it's a good idea just to draw the full circle sometimes. Because I've drawn more of an oval. Now, I know we're not looking straight at our eyes, so you probably won't get a perfect circle. But it'll really help you if you draw the whole iris and then you just come back and erase the top out. It's a better way to get a nice circle in there. You catch a little bit of that inside of the eyelid right in here. Now, on this side, you can really see that. I'm just going to draw right now. See the inside of that eyelid? You can see under her eyelid right there. If you leave that out, it just, you might get everything else right and it'll look funny and it'll bug you. And everybody else goes, that's great, it's wonderful, what's your problem? Oh, typical artist. One of those things that bugs you. So just a little bit of the white of the eye over here. And go ahead and draw the full circle. And remember, it's the whites of the eyes you want to get right. The reason I concentrate that, of course you want to get the blue part of the eye right, but the iris. But I mean, it's the whites of her eyes. If you get that right, then it's usually placed right. If that feels good, then it's usually good. Nah, mine's okay. Yeah, I'm getting a lot less out of this comes down dramatically, and this one's almost flat on the bottom. Okay. Oh, it's really flat. We see how just a Not even the thickness of your pencil makes a big difference. There's that full crease right there. Little in here, we get a little bit of fat deposits in here. We get a little bit of something in there. In other words, this side of the eye, see how it catches more light? And this side of the eye goes into sort of a halftone. Because it's round, right? And the light's coming from here. So. But I like to even notice that there's a bottom lid there. And while you can't see very much thickness to the bottom of her on this side, but it's there. But I'll even notice this part because it catches a little highlight on there too. There's that thickness. Well, I tell you what, so many people that I've talked to later on after my classes, they'll say, see, I'm still thinking about the thickness of the eyelid. So if that's all you get out of the class, hey, you know what? I'm telling you what, when I learn one little thing like that, it rocks my world. So anyway, so there's that. And then her eyebrows are a distance. That's her eye. Her eyebrows are way up here. Maybe even higher. Yeah, I could see them even higher. I'm always amazed by eyebrows, how high they can be off someone's face. Some people's eyebrows are just way up here. It's amazing. Yeah, that comes out. Yeah, focus on me something like that. Good idea to spend a little bit of time on that hairline shape. Where the hair meets the face. Oh, I really brought that thing down here, didn't I? Okay.
Do you mind zooming out a tiny bit, Rob?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can still see her a little bit longer through here. Or maybe I'm gonna check my ears. Are they a little low? Something's off. And just also now I'll round off the jaw a little bit. Just take a little bit off those corners. And then let's throw in those shadow shapes. Well, actually, you know what? Let's do the nose and the mouth first, real quick. Shadows can wait. Remember that shape I showed you for the nostril? It's just kind of. Oh, I'll zoom in on that. Better on the first try. Okay, so this one's going off that way. This one's really looking up under her nose. Yeah. Yeah. And same with this one, just kind of. I mean, you lose a lot of these lines just because of the light. But in general, yeah, you're looking for a shape like this. I'll do that. Just on there. One dark to dark. And you really can't even see the outside of her nose. But these sort of smile lines that come off that define your muzzle, they get a subtle smile on her face, which is going to make her lips look wider, and they're definitely wider than what I put them on. So I think maybe it'd have been smarter for me to wait on these because I still got to make her lips a little wider. So let's come down for the M shape. And around, well, really, yeah. And they're approximately under her pupils. So now the pupil, it's not going to be like this, right? It's going to be like this. This is the axis of your face. It'll be like that. So now her pupils, it's about right. There might be, you know, a little touch more here, but it's just a good way to check them. And so she is smiling a little bit more, especially on this side. You might have a little bit more of a stretch. And that's how I figure it out. I mean, she's got a little something there. Right, that was about right. Okay. And these two come into each other. little something in there. And you have this subtle M shape. And then the red on the lip is actually up here. Oh, and the shadow's down here, okay. And that shadow just goes around the bottom, around the chin and underneath and down. That's good. And by the way, there's shadows on her lips too. See how the shadow starts about here? And then it goes around here. Yeah. Good to know. You can see that shadow. It starts about right where this lip is, and it goes right up to the nose like that. A very soft edge. And then we go into this shadow. On the bottom of the nose. And it rounds off. And then remember that little W, right? See, there's that shape. So that shadow that comes down here, boom, is formed by that little W that we laid it in with. Kind of cool. I don't know, I look at it like a, I mean, I'm not a big math person, but I think it's more of an equation. And you know what? I think I should have brought this up a little higher. Yeah, like that.
Can't
Yeah.
see the top.
Oh. Whoops, gosh, dang it. Let me zoom out. Perfect. So there's that little W. Thank you. And that goes into there. And that's almost as high as the eyebrow as well. So I could probably really pull that thing up there. There's a couple little other sort of small shadows in there. There's the bottom of the eyebrow. So this all goes into shadow. This catches light. This goes into shadow. Right up into there. And then we have this shadow. And then these two turn into just a strip of light. We get another little strip of light right there. Oh, whoops, sorry. We get that other little strip of light right there on her cheek. And it might be a good time to put a little attention into the ears. What comes down. A little bit of a thing in there. You get that front piece of cartilage. Yeah. Oops. You just put that one in. There's a little bit of a shadow in there. There's that front piece of cartilage and then the little canal, which is, I mean, you don't really see a lot of these lines because it's so light. And then maybe a nice little outside contour. Let's see. There we go. Now, her cheekbones really pop out there. They come out about that far. Wow. Probably on the other side too. Yeah, I really do. That's good. Just good to know. Let me see what it looks like. Smaller. Yeah, if anything, I think I have to bring her hair in a little bit, huh? That helps. Maybe her hair in on the sides. Well, anyway, we can get really carried away with those details, right? Those are the big things. All right, we have a little bit of light hitting her shoulder over here. And all that's in shadow. I'll just finish her neck off something like that because I know that there's a tendon, there's a mastoid that will come up here, so you'll get something like that, and then there's the clavicle bone, and you don't need to know all that. You want to know all that? We got a little shadow over here, and I think we're about ready. Finally. And just ask yourself, maybe I take a look at this. All right. And what else? And so maybe get rid of any lines that you don't want in there. Like some of these lines going across her face. All the little, they can be bothersome. any extra lines that you don't want. And the other thing you might want to do, push this back a little bit, is if you have some really dark, kind of stubborn lines on there, just take your gummy eraser and stamp it a little bit like that. You know, that'll take it off. So maybe in the eyes or something, or, you know, we never put those highlights and stuff in there, did we? Why did I leave that out? Okay. I'm going to zoom in on those pupils and highlights here. Okay. Sharpen the pencil because this is where the thickness of your line can really be an issue. If you're using a big clumpy pencil trying to put these highlights in there and drawing around where the pupil is, it's going to look clumpy. Okay. So we have our eye. Right, you see the inside of her eyelid like that. Pretty thick. The outside, the rim of the iris there will be pretty dark, not nearly as dark as the pupil. The pupils are pretty small. And then there's a highlight over here. I mean, if you want to draw a line around that, I usually just paint it in, but there's other little highlights on there too as well. But so come over here. Got that small pupil. And a little highlight. And that's good. And recheck the whites of the eyes. That's about right. This one. I mean, if anything, I have more of the white of the eye over here, which is white pink on her. Almost the same as her flesh tone. Anyway, I don't want to get that line too dark. I just want to know how far over to bring the white of the eye, that's all. I think they can get like surgery in there. Okay. Well, let's paint. I think we should just start off with the background.
Can we take a picture?
Of this, or do you want to?
Of your final sketch.
Yeah, but I don't know what's going on here.
You're zoomed in.
Yeah, I know, but my Zoom thing is not working. What is up with that? Whoa, I've never had this happen before. Almost like it checked out on me. Do I need to start it? Okay, hold on a second. I'm just going to turn it off and turn it back on. I'm glad that worked, because if it didn't work, I don't know what I'd do. Yeah, get the focus in here just right. There we go. Yeah, you can take a photo, sure. Here. Oops. Why is that so? Why do I have to move it all the way up here? Let me bring this down a little further. There, go ahead. I'll take one too. So anyway, you see how much of it's about the drawing, right? And I'm going to, so let's see. Russian blue. Oh, we're going to go over on this one. I took a lot of time on this drawing, you guys, sorry, but I don't know.
It was good education.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this was really good. I love it.
We should do
Yeah,
that.
thank you, Rob. This really helps.
Okay, okay. I'll see you next week. I'm
It
just
was a
joking.
good refresher, Rob. Really. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, I'll see you next week. I'm just joking. We haven't even got started yet. Come on. Yeah. Well, good, good. I don't know why I got so clinical on this, but okay. And that's not even nearly as clinical as I get when I'm doing a portrait. But yeah, it depends too. Some people just let me do whatever I want, and other people, because I haven't actually done a commissioned portrait in a while. About a year, I think. For all this mess. Okay, we got the yellows. Definitely gonna need that red. Some magenta. How about some, what color are you?
Are we doing her face first or her background?
I think we should do the background first. That's usually what I do. I like to establish that. Blue, blue, red, red. Okay. So the Prussian blue. With some magenta. And then, whatever you want, however color you want to put in your background is fine with me. It's really not the color that does it here. It's the value. We could do a whole wet into wet thing, but I think, well, we're going to get wet into wet anyway, so I don't want this thing to get too out of control. So kind of a greenish gray. I'm really pushing the green quite a bit more. I could hit a little bit more red in that if I like. And I like that. I like to see little shifts of color in there. So I'll throw occasionally a little bit of yellow in there too. Why not? That looks great. Here's a little secret too. Just take a little bit into the hair. There we go. You keep it kind of dry brushy too on the hair. Oh, we should have done that over. Well, I should have done that over hair. Sorry. That was a really bad one, I know. There we go. And I think we were thinking about going a little bit lighter over here. I want to get that stubborn edge there. There we go. Keep this pretty light. Maybe even lighter. A little bit of yellow in there. I don't like these really hard edges, these stubborn edges. Sometimes I just take a very little bit of water, very little, and then just soften the edge a little bit while it's still wet. See what I did? I don't have this razor sharp edge. You know, you can do that after it's dry too, but it's just a little easier now when it's wet. And her hair, I'm just going to go with some orange. A lot of yellow on these, on the light side. You can pull it right into the shadows too, it won't matter. You've got some highlights in there too, so. You can just take your rag and take a few of those highlights out. They're not really white, but and if I see any highlights, I'll just pull them out, but that's probably going to dry very, very, very nice and light. So I think it's probably fine. I didn't even think about all these hairs she has coming out over here. Would have been nice. Maybe I can get a couple things going off of here. Put them in with white. Okay. And I'm going to put that, so I'm taking cad red, cad yellow, and ultramarine blue for a flesh. Test. Right, and then, like I said, you might want to just avoid where the highlights are. That's pretty dark. So I'm just gonna extend that, whoops, oh, that get in there. Extend that out with a little bit of water. Right over the highlights. There's some highlights in here. Right over the whites of her eye. Well, it didn't take very much paint at all, doesn't it? You know, the lights on her face, they might strike you as being really light, but look at the very lightest highlights, like over here. And then compare how dark it is right next to it. See? That's how dark we have to get. This right here, what I'm putting down right now. See, that white is about as bright as the highlights are. So value's strange, isn't it? It really throw you. You got these little, sort of little highlights going down the middle of her face right here. They're not as bright as this, but they're pretty bright. And then on the end of her nose, she's got a highlight about there. One of the reasons that highlight pops out on her nose more is because the nose is a little bit redder than the rest of the face. And so it's a little bit darker. This area right here. This can get, you can get a little highlight up at the top. I'm not seeing it on her, but you can get, because this is rounder, you can get a little highlight right up in here. Yeah, I can see something in there, but. And that's the reason the highlight pops on her lips, is because they're darker. Oops. And take that color all over here. I guess these aren't that big a deal. And it came out with really hard edges on them. When you put the base color in there, you can see that, wow, we need to go quite a bit darker with the hair in certain areas. So while I'm waiting for this to dry up a little bit, I'll hit a couple of these little dark things in the hair. Maybe it's a little brown, red, yellow, and blue. Any red, yellow, and blue will work. But I'm using my normal cad red, cad yellow, ultramarine blue. Sounds like it's here. We can just soften that edge with water. As they come down into here, and roll something in there. Some darkish things on the top. All right. Sort of just helps get, when you have surrounding values pretty correct, it helps you to get your more subtle values more correct. Or just the way you want them, Because there's the kind of correct where you're copying what you see, and then there's kind of correct where you're like, I know it's there, but I want it to be like this. So correct. In your way. All right. Dark in there. And then I'm going to make that violet for her shadows. And ultramarine blue and magenta. And you know what? Make too much. Make too much. Don't make enough. Once you think you've made enough, make a little bit more. Make a little bit more. I'm going to throw a little touch of yellow, cad yellow in with that. Ultramarine blue, just a little bit. And here's another little tip. Keep a wet brush handy. Just a wet brush. That way, when you're getting, like, let's say we paint the side of her nose here, and we're getting a really razor sharp edge, you can just take a wet brush and soften that edge rather than having to get you have all this great paint on there. Now you're gonna have to wash it all off and then get right back on there again. Better just have an extra brush. So I'll do her face here, and then watch. As I come in, I have my extra brush over here. I can just soften that edge. with water. Just a little, like, soft edge. I'm going a little aggressive with there. I'm gonna be a little lighter this time. Yeah, there we go. We can come back and make it darker.
So, Rob,
Yeah.
when you do a commissioned portrait, let's say, or you're not teaching and you're doing a portrait, do you apply some layers and wait until it dries and then apply layers upon layers for all the shadows? Or do you
Yeah, I
proceed?
mean, I do it. I'm showing you exactly how I do it. This is exactly how. But you know, toward the end, you know, when I'm doing the subtle things, those take a long time. It's the little details that usually take the long time, and sometimes I'll, you know, take things out and put them back in. So that part takes a long time, but the lay-in part, this is exactly the same.
Do you do portraits in watercolor or oil?
Whatever. It's all painting to me. Yeah, I haven't actually done a watercolor portrait in a while.
Yeah, I didn't know what
Lately,
kind of
it's oil.
demand there'd be for watercolor portraits.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on who you're talking to. It's so funny to, you know, first of all, most people don't think about art very much at all. So stuff that really matters to us, that doesn't matter at all. And they don't even know what an oil painting hardly is. I mean, but when they find out, I've heard people go, oh, it looks like an oil painting. I saw one in a museum once when I was 13, you know. I don't mean to put people down, but what is fascinating too is how much they think they know about art. And actually how much they do know about art, true. I mean, a lot of people that don't really think about art or do art very much, or ever, maybe never do art at all, but actually do know quite a bit. It's amazing, but oops. I didn't want that to be right there. Yeah, I want a little sliver of light out there on the shoulder. So if this ends up being too light, which it probably will, that's fine with me. And, you know, I see something kind of bluish in the shadow out there. Soften this edge a little bit with water, just water. There we go. Do I want to put some blue in there? Because it's already about the right value. You know, maybe I'll throw a little bit in later. Okay. You know, on the light side, those are really very light halftones. Like this. And, you know, they look a little warmer too. You know, because they're grabbing more light. So they're going to be warmer. The little halftones, like the little thing in here or this, they're going to be a little bit warmer. So I would take that same color and add a little more red to it. I think it should be redder than that. Wow. Yeah, I don't like that. And see, even your pencil lines can really make a difference. So it just depends on how subtle you want to get with the thing. I kind of like the pencil lines though. I like to see what the artist was up to. So I'm painting these little halftones on the shadow side of her eye. And I'm gonna come right into her white of her eye on that. And I left the white of her eye white over here, but it actually should have had some skin tone on it. It's very, very similar to the color of the skin.
Is it possible to zoom in a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me, yeah. So I just knocked this value back a little bit. I would put the blue of her eyes in there, but the problem is if we put blue in there now, it's just going to creep into these colors and get, you know, other areas I don't care as much. In the eyes, probably the place where you want to, that's where you're going to have the most interest, so. I'm thinking not a great idea. So while that's drying up, you know, we can go into other areas. We can go into the lips. Let's see. And she's much pinker, redder. Let's see the color in there. Hey, even in the shadow, see how much darker the lips are than the skin around it? So you gotta get pretty, you gotta get up pretty early in the morning. That's pretty dark. A little bit like that. You know, the nice thing is that you can always get a little darker. And so we've got a highlight around here and something around there. See, I'm glad I didn't go with blue in the shadow because it's already looking really, now that I put that red in, wow. I'm looking up there. Now this is what's interesting. Mine looks so much redder. And that's weird because usually it's redder up there. Oh, weird. I think this thing changes colors when you put other colors in there or something. Something's weird. Something doesn't smell right in Denmark. Okay, enough about Denmark. Okay, because I don't really know anything about Denmark. I did have, however, a lady in my class from Denmark, and I had no idea. I said, how come you speak such perfect, like I wouldn't even call it English. They call it American. I said, I can even distinguish. You see, you have like a perfect Midwest accent or something. I said, I never would have known. She said, yeah, we really practice that over there. I go, wow, that's amazing.
Do you know how many years she lived in Denmark?
Wow, quite a long time. I mean, she was in her 30s, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So with the blue, it's kind of a blue green. I tested out a few times on some paper or whatever you got on the side. Just, oops. Give it a. I use Prussian blue, and then I grade it with a little bit of cad red. Prussian blue, cad red. And then, of course, you want to dominate it with the Prussian blue. Because it's kind of a gray blue, you know? I mean, on the left one, it even looks a little bit yellowish, so you could throw, I'll leave that up to you. Sort of in that color range. So that one's a little yellower. And then you test it out. Probably better to paint it lighter first. Right over the black. Yeah, if anything, that's a little dark. I need to go darker with the shadow over here, I think. Yeah, and you do have to get it kind of dark because the highlight won't pop unless it's next to something darker than you might expect. And it'll dry light, remember, so. Yeah, the underside of this eyelid I can see now is in shadow. And then as it bends down, it really catches some light. I painted right over it. Oh well. If I care to, I could fix that with some white, but yeah, she picked up a little light in here. I could also fix it with a brush. That's really being clinical, but it probably won't matter. I just don't want to ruin my Henry brush. Darn it.
I think you know the supplier.
You could hit some dark in here. See, I probably shouldn't do that right away, but I can't help myself. See how it goes around the eye? It goes underneath. And you catch a little bit of the white of the eye. Steps out. And then goes down into all this. Oh, this is dark.
Is that the same batch as your original shadow? You're just adding more of it?
Yeah, that is. I left a little highlight on the top there. I probably won't keep it that bright.
Rob, when you do a commissioned portrait, do you take a photo too? Because some of these
Oh, yes. I work,
details would be so hard to see if just
can't do
looking at
them.
the live model.
yeah. No, it depends on what kind of portrait they want to. When I when I sit down and do them from life, it doesn't look like this. And they're really a lot more sketchy. Yeah, I like doing them, but so yeah, when I do a commission portraits and they're looking for something like this, I have to work from photos, or they're going to be sitting there for a long time. You can see this underside of her lid there is in shadow too. It's a redder shadow though. Let's see. Kind of some red in there. Not red, but you know, just warmer. This white of the eye over on this side's a darker value. I just keep working with those. Till I get what I want. See, I just threw that little dark in there in the corner. Makes it feel round. Darks in the corners. Make them feel round. Same there. Some darks in the nostrils. Good, my values are a little bit light in my shadows, which is good. This feels like reflected light, and I can just come back and hit some darks in there. See, corners of the mouth too. A little bit of something in there. Might need a little bit of something in here too. Dark didn't make that look like their mouth's open. Let me zoom out. Oh, let's put those pupils in now that it's dry. They're pretty dark. I wouldn't call it black, but pretty darn dark. You could use basically any value you like. I mean, any color you like. Just I like to use Prussian blue with a little bit of cad red in it. Here we go. Make sure that point is really pointy. So I just kind of flatten it out really good. And then just a little bit in there. Makes her eyes look really light. Might need to go over those eyes again a little bit. Well, we'll see how light this dries. This dark could dry lighter, so we'll see. There's all kinds of little things. So I'll zoom out. And start lumping in some of my other values. Am I drawing before I did? Maybe this will come. Maybe this will come along better. I did a drawing before class. I usually do a drawing before class just to start thinking about what I'm doing here. And it came out pretty accurate. Let's see. Something in there. And I thought it was off when I did it. Here, I'll show you. You got it way up. I got it up here, but I can't really see it, so I don't know what I don't even know why I use it. Here it is. Okay. So I really hit those darks. Probably too dark, but just to kind of show. Yeah. So you can see this. See this front plane of her face goes a little darker, but then the side plane of her face really catches some light over there in the shadow. You look at your photo, can you see that? And that's why we need to know those planes of the face. And you know, just be aware of them. Like I noticed right up here, I could have made that a little bit lighter. So I'm just going to take a little bit off there. Just getting a little touch of reflected light in there. But I'm going to take that shadow color, and I think I'm going to go a little bit same color. It's about the same color. Yeah, it is the same color. A little darker. You see, so see the front of her face is it's not dark or anything, and this looks really dark. But I put it on like that. And in some of these little areas. And then there's sort of like the core of the shadow. And then I just come back and blend that out a little bit with water. Just a little bit of water. You see there's one on the nose too. See how it gets lighter out here and then darker just as it's getting ready to turn. It's just the core of the shadow. So what I like to do is just hit that a little hard. And then use a little water as it dissipates into the reflected light over there. I usually use a little bit of water on this side too, just to soften that edge. Probably a good time to put her eyebrows in. Where's the fire? Oh. Burn her eyebrows off, darn it. Okay, let me put those in. Sorry about that. I'll put them back in there for you. That's something we artists can do. So if you light a fire and it burns somebody's eyebrows off, you know how to draw them back in. Just hold still. I'll shut up now. Okay. I'm just dry brushing this. And they just really turn the corner right there. So I'm just going to fade them into nothing. In fact, if anything, I made them a little dark. You can just take a little bit of water, take my rag, stamp, a little bit lighter. I'd rather have them too light. We can add to them. Okay, let's add a little warmth to her cheeks and ears and nose. And lips too. I think the lips could even be warmer. But you'll see, you know, after we hit a little warmth in her face. So I still take cad red, cad yellow, and ultramarine blue. I just add way more red to it. Because a pure red's going to be ridiculous. Or something like that. Something, let's see. And remember to keep that other brush. That way you won't have all those hard edges. Although sometimes the hard edges look kind of good. Look kind of watercolorish. She's even got some yellows and greens in her flesh. Wow, those are great. And see, I can just hit a little red in there. That's obviously quite a bit. I don't want it in my highlight. I think I messed up my highlight. I put a lot in there, and then I just, with water, just kind of even this could use a little bit. And the ear, quite a bit of red in there. And they're just going to get more transparent anyway. I mean, that's the reason they get red, is because they're more translucent. So I put a little bit of red around there. You'll do that because the same thing happens with the ear. It's cartilage. The cartilage is translucent. That's why if you look at somebody who's backlit by the sun, sometimes their ears just pop out orange. And we can get a little bit redder. These. I just use the same color. I don't want to get too dark with it, but maybe I need to get dark over here. Yeah. And they are definitely darker than all this, but and I haven't put any of this stuff in there yet, or the smile line. And I throw them in there like lines like that, and then what I'll do is I'll just come back with my wet brush. A little, just not real wet, just a little bit of water, just damp. Just enough to soften those edges. So they start looking more like tones instead of whatchamacallit. Lines. Even a little more red. Maybe a little bit more. That's a little too red. I add a little bit more of that shadow color. Right on top of the red. I think the red will be fine. I like the red in the shadow. Yeah, I just noticed looking up there, it looks a lot more red than mine does. Like, whoa, that's what spooked me. I'm looking at it here, it looks fine, and then I look up there and I go, whoa.
How about along the light and shadow border along her nose?
The light and shadow border around the what? The nose? Okay, let's see. Putting that in a little bit darker now. Because remember, that's the front of the face, right? And the side of the face is catching this reflected light. So now it doesn't just go, you know, that's why we just sort of soften the edge. Yeah, this one. Yeah, we need to get some red on our nose. Not red, but you notice, like, if you compare the nose to the cheek here, it is a touch redder. And most of the red happens right along there. So hit a little bit in there, and then I just kind of, using a damp brush, this is just damp. I mean, see, I can spread them apart really easy. She has a little bit of eyelashes. She must have put a, I mean, she has such light hair. I mean, she had a little bit on there. Let me show you how I do that. So all I'm doing is, okay, with a dry brush, just giving a little bit more. That's a lot. Oops. Giving a little bit more eyelash there. Something in there, kind of reddish. Something dark on there. Oh well. Now, one thing that'll happen is that you'll get very subtle. So I want you to watch what happens here. You'll get a little bit of a shadow over the top of your eye, even here, even though it's a strange lighting position. You'll get, let's see what I did there. See what that did? It says sinks the eye into the head. A little bit over here. I'll do it over here now. Watch. There's a little bit of a shadow over the top of the eye. See it? You got to get it in there. See what that does? And it sunk the eye into the head. That's like, that's the magical part. But you have to do all this setting up to see it. The other magical part is hit those corners like this. Hit the corner of the, boom, hit it. Doesn't have to be black or anything, but see, you got to get dark back there. That way the eye kind of sinks in. It feels like it's behind this eyelid. So, tips and tricks. Those are biggies, though. Those will really help you. So on this side, see, on this side of the eye is where I hit a little bit of shadow. And there's a little bit over here, too. Probably not that dark, but there's something in there. There's something in there. Make that a little contrasty. So you know we're at the end because we're fussing. Anyway, oh, it's already 12, huh? I'm usually done at 11:30. I had no idea what time it was. I'm sorry. So
Rob, the highlights, you leave it pure paper? That's it? You don't?
you could hit some white in there, sure.
But so far what you've done is just leave it at the paper level, right?
Yeah, that's just paper. Yeah. And I got sort of at an angle. Let's see. Yeah. Wow, I don't even know what happened the last half hour. Okay, so I'm just gonna hit some darks in here and in her hair. Just dry brush them. I guess if you want to, you could hit a couple in the back. Nice dark there. Let's dry brush. Yeah, some of these lights are, this is the part that takes a while. And it depends on, the person and the temperament and what they're asking me to do. Most of the time I just do them from photographs. Something in there. I'll blend that out a little bit. Little half tone in here. You don't want to. There's just all kinds of little things. You get them here because your lips will kind of come in at the corner there. You have a little something in there. All of these little halftones. A lot of times the chin gets kind of red too. I'm constantly seeing reds in people's chins. Usually on women though, or boys. But men usually it gets with the beard, you know, it gets a little dark. And there's, you know, definitely more we could do here in this area. All that. It makes it, now it looks that the reflected light looks really bright. I might even knock that back a little bit. Just, you don't go over now. If I go over it now, it'll start picking it up. So be careful. That's where you gotta just learn to stick and move, you know. Kind of bounce around the whole thing. While some things are drying up, you keep working on one area too long and it's just gonna rebel on you. There's a little, I know she's got highlights up there and everything, but maybe they're a little much. I'll just take them down. Maybe I'll lighten up the surrounding areas a little bit. See, Henry, I do it all the time and I didn't even know I was doing it.
I'm doing the same thing.
Oops. Henry says there's a lot of Chinese painters paint like this. Oh, I guess I do that.
Yeah,
I don't go like that though.
I'm also
But I might.
yeah.
And then he tried to show me how to do it, and it was all thumbs. I'm like, "What are you? Show me how to do it." It's like chopsticks, you know. You're like for the first time, you're like, "What?" I'm like, "Wait a second. Oh, I do that, don't I?" Yeah. Okay. Anyway, everybody, let's get to the crit, huh? We're dragging it out here. All right. Let me turn off my HD. Wow, I'm thinking. My brain's working. I'll turn off my HD. Okay, and then turn up my I've got my display settings. I have to, if anyone knows anything about this, I have to take this display setting all the way down to 1440 by 900. Which is ridiculous.
Whatever that means.
Well, from HD. Okay, anyway, let's see what we got here. Okay. I hear a bird at somebody's house. Okay, Teresa, plein air. Next session, good. Okay. I have to decipher my regular mail from my regular mail from your mail. Where's that? Oh, there it is. Why isn't it? Oh, there it is. That wasn't easy. Okay. Screen share. Let's do it. And I guess Claudia's first. All right. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Look at that. Nice one.
I made maybe what was a mistake. I drew it in advance before the
Yeah.
class.
Yeah.
So I didn't get as much of the tilt of the head. So I was a little bit, I probably should do it again, trying to get more of the tilt.
Well, I've got a solution for that.
Yeah.
When you put the mat around it, you just tilt the mat.
Oh, okay. That'll work.
I have done that too, by the way. And it works. It's funny. Yeah, okay, well, nice colors, nice local colors on her face, really light eyes. And you know what? You're probably better to be a little bit light on the eyes and then come back to them a little bit later with something darker. And it's always better because, let's see what I got here. I don't know what I could use to make those darker. That's green. But yeah. So then later on, just make them a little darker.
Uh-huh.
But let's see what else. All right, nice color. Little white in the mouth. Maybe on this side. Maybe this side's fine. I would just play this in a little bit.
Like blend it in somehow?
Yeah, just take a brush and soften the edges around there and.
Okay.
I'm just talking about like this much. You wouldn't believe it. It makes a difference. And then I think you need to come in with some darker values in here. You probably just haven't got there yet. Some of this stuff. It gets pretty dark. Not black or anything, but it gets about like this, like that you have in there. It gets about like that. You might even get a little bit of that in here too. That's what will distinguish this front plane from the side plane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So with a little bit of that, you got a pretty nice core going on right there. So just look for it. Remember up here too, you want a little bit of a core right there. And that's what'll make this feel like reflected light on the nose itself.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks good. It's a good
I want
looking
to take a
portrait.
picture of those changes you made, if I can hold 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, great. I just got it.
Now if you want to, you could take some just white and smack a little along here.
Like whitewash?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You want to, that'll distinguish, this plane from this plane.
Okay. Whitewash or white watercolor?
I would use white gouache. That's what I usually use is white gouache.
Uh-huh.
Somewhere in there and somewhere in there. Just look for it in the photograph. You'll see it.
Okay.
And just a little something in there too. But I love the hair. Pretty.
Thank you.
One quick other thing too. Just a little bit darker on the shadow side of the lips.
Okay.
You want it to feel like light and shadow, So actually the shadow side of the lips will be pretty dark because the lips are already dark.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be darker than the rest of the. But this part right here does go into a little. It's not as dark of a shadow, but it does go into a little bit of shadow. So I'd look for that. Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
How about that? Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Maybe a little bit in the corners too. I just noticed a little bit in the corners of the eyes, just a little bit. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. You are welcome. And we're at. Look at that. There we go. Hey, nice colors.
He's
I like
got
it.
away with it.
The lip didn't go up on the right side. Her face didn't end up crooked or sideways, unfortunately.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you got this one.
The nose and the mouth didn't connect.
Yeah. It's really.
But that's okay.
It's really normal. Yeah, it is.
It's just the exercise was wonderful, putting in those darks, which I hate to do, and I forced myself to do that.
It's just a little more of a right angle like these.
Yes.
You know,
I
a
know.
little bit more. So,
Yeah.
and these are actually pretty good, but they're maybe a little close together.
Yes, I felt that too after I went through the whole drawing, and I'm on a very
Yeah.
tiny pad because I'm helping a neighbor who's not well.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't know, I saw it at least.
Well, yeah, and in here I can go over it, and that's just so later on you'll what happens is you'll notice those things after a while, and you just keep noticing them, and then suddenly all by the wayside. So anyway, nice color. Your color is great. Your color is really nice.
Well, thank you.
I wish I would have thrown some blues like that in the background. That's nice.
Well, I wanted it to match your eyes,
Yeah.
but I like the watercolor effect. It's just the crookedness of the, and the eye thing, but that's okay.
Yeah. You know what helps too is doing these really, I think those really small little head drawings where I would just throw down an egg and divide it up and throw in a couple of features. I mean, I do them in about like a minute or two.
Yeah, I think that's a very good thing for me to do, because then because I contour draw anyway, and that'll at least set up the lines for me.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's setting up the lines.
But you know, this was such like I was doing surgery here.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
And you see my eyelashes? I want you to see my eyelashes on the right.
I see them on the bottom too.
Yep, there you go. Anyway, thank you for the demo. It was wonderful.
Thanks.
She looks like she's a party girl,
Yeah.
Charlotte.
I know she might be.
All right.
Do you want to go outside?
Ellen.
Do you want to go out, Bob?
Hey, Charlotte, can you mute yourself?
You want to go outside? Outside for a walk?
Whatever.
Outside?
So, wow, what's going on with the yellow in this one? That's pretty cool.
Thanks.
Were you just laying this in yellow?
No. Wait, what? I didn't hear you.
Bother me.
I have to.
It's just for, most of all, for climbing stairs and that type of stuff.
Mute. I'm gonna have to come back over here. There we go. Okay. We back?
There we go. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, the yellow. Now, I know a lot of people that lay theirs in with the yellow. I've seen that, and then you can see it come out in places.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. But,
I have to, on this one, I loved my color study, and then when I did this, it just turned muddy a bit in places, so I'm not happy about it. Plus, her shoulders are massive.
well, that can happen. She's got extremely tiny little shoulders. So.
Oh, I could see that. I don't know why I made them so huge. Anyway.
That's not really the issue anyway.
No. Well, it might
so I would probably come in with some. Something a little darker on the front of her face.
Yeah.
Look for it in here.
Yeah.
So that's what distinguishes, because she's got a little shaft of light coming through there. So there's a front to the face and the side to the face. So that's why we put in that little line there.
Yeah.
It just kind of tells us. I mean, it's not 100% accurate or anything. It just signifies what's the front and what's the side. So like for instance, or on her forehead, we've got the front of it would be around in this area.
Yeah.
And then the side of it's over here. And this part just kind of goes into light.
Yeah.
So same over here. You got this. This is good. And like that. And then we have a little bit over here.
Yeah, a little darker, definitely.
So there's a touch reflected light on the side of her nose. That's what makes it look like reflected light.
Yeah, right.
Right. So let's see what else. These are fine. And you know, I did the same thing. Her eyebrows are pretty light. So what I did was I just put a little water on there and then just dabbed it.
Yeah.
If you want to,
lighten it up a little bit.
if you want to lighten that up a little bit. A little bit of shadow on this side. Remember, a little bit of shadow on the left sides.
Yeah, I got the shape of her eyes.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit brighter on the light side of her eyeball,
Yeah.
just to make it feel kind of round. See it?
Yeah.
Just kind of with light and shadow there. Lips. Because they're a little darker than the rest of the face, so I might even come into them with like a darker red or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't want to make her look like a clown. Here, I could do this. No, but
She's had it.
but I'm trying to make my point. See. So yeah, all this goes in the shadow. Just throw in this nice shadow over all that, and I think we're good. Oh yeah. Take this color. This is a great color right here. This color is a great color for her local color on her flesh. I would take that over these areas here, and I take it over.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I was like, I thought I should do that. Yeah. Thank you. Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you much. We're at Sherrill. Hey, I already got the shadows worked out there for you. All right. The eyes are pretty.
Really? I thought she looked a little bit like a zombie.
Maybe this right one's a little large.
Yeah, I seem to always get the eyes too large, but.
Well, you know, that's a human thing to do, by the way.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, because first of all, we see a person's signature in their eyes. That's where we see it. And you know, there's a part of your brain totally devoted to that. That's all it does. It comes on when you're looking at a person's eyes, and that's what it does. Pretty. I didn't even know that. I was totally.
So I can be very assured that I'm human then.
You're too human. You need to be more machine-like.
Okay.
As if we need any more machines in our life. So anyway, see what I did over there? I put a little bit of shading on the left side of her eye, the white of her eye.
Okay.
And because that part will go into, I'll do it with black. That part goes into shade. Whereas this part over here will stay in light.
All right. So are you using a sort of a bluish shadow there, or are you using?
I'm only using black here. Right? That's all.
Okay. Okay. But what would you recommend, the skin color shadow or the eye color kind of shadow?
Like this color right here?
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
wait. Yeah, her eye is pretty red.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe she was out partying last night. I don't know.
Must be, yeah. Okay.
A little warmth in there. This is pretty, that'd be ridiculous, but.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Red,
yes, yeah.
It's the idea, and then again, your core of your shadow on the front of her face. Don't. Could just be a little bit darker, especially up in here where you know what happens is that not a lot of light gets back there.
Okay.
So then just here too on this core too, I'd make that a little bit darker too.
Okay, great.
That's it. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, Francis. Let's see. Okay. All right. So it feels really flat. It looks good. Your colors are great. Actually, your colors on the light side are perfect. Now we just need to go much darker on the shadow side.
You know, I had it darker and I went back and tried to lighten it. It just seemed too much contrast and I didn't know how to fix that.
Isn't that weird? I know. I hear you. And watercolor of all mediums, you know, because you have to go overboard with it.
Okay.
Plus all the hair too. First, you know what you might want to do? Get the hair right. Get your values in the hair just right. And then you'll see, wow, I need to go way darker with the shadow.
Okay.
Yeah. The shadow side of her hair, get that right, and you'll see. And then we'll have to go darker with all this.
Yeah.
And this color you're using is great for the reflected light, though. And it still might be a little bit light for the reflected light, but it's better to start off light than to start off dark.
Mm-hmm.
Start off dark, then
Yeah.
then it's like panic time, you know. So get a little bit of a core in there. Quite a bit darker in here.
Okay.
And all this. Value is one of the, see, look at your colors are great. You have no color problem.
Mm-hmm.
Values, this is why they say value is, it's more important to get your values right because they're harder. They're just hard. Everybody has a hard time with values. Also remember that in the whites of the eyes, that this part will be a little more in shadow. This part will be in light. This, see, when I take that out, this goes flat.
Yeah.
A little bit of shadow in there. Just filling around. Yep. I want you to only think about value now.
All right.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Rob.
You're welcome. So common. And then I get the people, oh, okay. I get the people who get all the values dead on. Now your values are looking pretty darn good in here. You're getting a lot of pop. Who am I looking? I'm sorry.
Betsy.
Oh, Betsy. I'm sorry. There we go.
Yep.
Well, you are pretty darn good at value, and you're really interpretive with your color on here. I like how you really emphasize the yellow. And look at this glow that came into her face. Wow, this yellowy glow. Those are kind of things that, you know, sometimes the values are off and they're not quite correct, but I like them so much I just leave them anyway because, you know, you just have to sometimes. So I'll do that. Yeah. I could see a bit more dark in here. And right, all this.
Uh-huh.
And then that core, you know, you got the core right. I would just actually pop it a little bit more.
Okay.
So I'd watch for that look on the drawing where it actually starts to go into reflected light, which should be around here.
Mm-hmm.
I throw hair in shadow. Now her lips are pretty dark.
So lighten them a little on that side.
Yeah, a little bit lighter.
Okay. So really darken my darks and lighten the lips.
You know, it's value.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a touch more warmth
Okay.
in these areas. Touch more. Obviously not that warm, but I mean, you know. And what I like to do too is warm it up right here before it goes into the core.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing on the nose. I'll hit a little bit of warm in there right before it goes into the core of the shadow. Maybe even on the chin too. So look for those areas. Those are good places to slip some warm into a painting. She needs all the warmth she can get. It's probably under that ultraviolet or ultrafluorescent light or something. All right.
Okay, hold on. I want to take a picture of it. Just 1 second. I was trying to do it on my
Okay.
computer, but it didn't want to do that. Okay, this is good.
Oh,
Perfect. Thank you. Got it.
okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There we go. Milo, did you get in some white on this? Is this Mia? Who is this? Mia, sorry. Is your are you muted, Mia?
No,
Oh, there you are. Okay. Did you use some white?
no.
Huh.
I actually managed to, well, put a little on the lip because it was,
Oh, okay.
but basically I managed to hang on to it.
Yeah. Oh, well, your values look good. Because you're getting some pop in there. She looks a little cool,
Okay.
especially down here in the beard area.
Okay.
But the values look good.
All right.
Um,
She ended up looking kind of serious, and I don't know where I lost that.
oh my gosh, it's so easy to do. It's the easiest thing. You know, sometimes what it is just a little bit of a corner of the mouth.
Okay.
See, a little bit, tip her up there a little bit, and then even in the eyes, kind of. You want to get a nice little corner of the eye back here, but
Okay.
just you wouldn't believe. I mean, just a little bit of a tip.
Okay.
I can't get it right with this, but think about those corners of the eyes. You wouldn't believe. Sometimes I can really play with someone's expression with those corners of the eyes, corners of the mouth too. You wouldn't believe it. I can take them from serious to lighthearted with just like a micro move.
Okay.
So, but the eyes look good. Your values. Let's take a look. They look good.
Can I get her to look older?
Yeah. Play up on these lines. Well, yeah, hit these ones a little harder. Back in here, hit those ones a little harder. Corners of the mouth. I don't know if she has too much over here, but there's probably something in there.
Okay.
And then a few of these. Yeah, you're hitting it.
Okay, but it should be a hard line.
Yeah, maybe not too hard, but
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, and then, if you hit a couple of these, just kind of see what this tone you have right there?
Yeah.
Just use that and bring a couple of those over.
Okay.
So that'll do a few things.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much at all.
Okay.
If you start digging in really dark lines on someone's face, it'll just go, it'll get away from you. I would start them off really light with these values.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mina.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Louisa.
Yes.
All right. Wow, look, you use this blue in the cools right here. I'm not against that. Some of these cools, they look kind of, you really went blue with them. I mean, it's stylized, but I can't say I don't like it. I do like it.
Great.
Let's see now. And the whole thing, overall, the whole thing feels a little bit light. I come in with some darker value. That's fine, right? That's where we are in the painting. I go darker with some of this and probably redder.
I cannot believe how pale it is, because when the paint is still wet, it looks so much darker. And then I'm looking at it now that it's dried up. I mean, it's amazing how, yeah.
You might be using a bit more water than you need.
Yes, you've told me that before, so I have to
Yeah.
be, yeah,
And so that'll do it.
right.
So just come into these areas with something a little lighter, a little darker, and then see, you'll get a nice little reflected light on the side of the face that'll really pop.
Uh-huh.
And then maybe make the lips there a little darker.
How are the proportions? It seems to me that her mouth and her ears are quite big.
The nose looks long.
Yes. Yes,
Uh,
I brought it down, which I should
Maybe
have.
the eyes are a little close. A little close. I think her eyes are, some people's eyes are just a little far apart.
Right.
Nobody's perfect. So there's pretty much nothing you can do about the eyes. The nose, if you brought, I don't know if you can scrub this up any or not, but if you could bring the nose up to about here, she does have quite a bit of a gap between the bottom of her nose and the lips.
Right, and I thought it was too much, and I brought the nose down, which I should not have done. And also because she's looking up, so.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
tricky too. Yes, that's tricky.
Yeah, that's the problem. I see it now, yes.
Yeah, because your color is great. I love this light green in the background. It's very nice, very light.
Yeah, I had fun doing that. It's just yellow and green.
Yeah. So yeah, make all that darker. I definitely strengthen the core of the shadow up quite a bit. And
Right.
then,
Yeah,
and I probably darken this up a little bit. And then see where you need to go from there.
okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
This
Thank
was
you.
fantastic, a fantastic class.
Oh, great. I'm glad. All right, wow. And it looks like her too, gee. Nice eyes. How are we doing there, Diana? You there?
Oh, yeah, I was able to get back on.
Oh, you got kicked off.
Yeah, I got kicked off for like, I don't know, almost 10 minutes or something. I had to reboot, turn off my computer, and I finally got back on, so. Anyway.
Well,
So I
maybe-
sent you what I had because I didn't know if I was going to be able to get back on.
Oh, okay. This is the one though, right? Okay.
Yes, that's as far as I got. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So, looks like we still need to hit some of those. I would, that'll make this feel like reflected light. When you come in here with something darker,
Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
so then that'll make that feel like reflected light. And then, yeah, the place to hit the warm is right along here, right along there. Probably right along here.
Right. And her cheek, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Here.
still have a lot of that left to do. Yeah.
And that might make her nose, see this value, see how you got a little bit darker around here? Or like maybe around in here? I would at least go that dark around here, at least. Maybe a little bit darker.
Okay, yeah, to make that highlight pop, right?
Yeah, and it's not very much, but it makes a big difference. Here's the other thing too. Remember that the nose has a top plane to it and a side plane. So the side plane is it's gonna grab more light.
Okay.
So keep it like it is, and come in with that darker value on the top.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, maybe this brown works. On the top value,
Okay.
but not on the side not on the side. Okay,
Okay, just the top.
just the top.
Uh-huh.
And that way you'll go, your eye understands that this is the front of the face, and then you'll climb up the side, and then you'll go across the top about the same value as the front of the face.
Oh, okay. It's like
Yeah.
that gradual. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, I even get, there's a subtle halftone in here too.
Oh, yeah.
Because you
Okay.
go down and up and down. So
Okay.
those are subtle. Eyes look great. Eyes really made it. I mean, the eyes look just like her.
Oh, thank you.
That's true. Darker in the hair probably.
Yes, yeah, I need to go do another, yep, I need like several more layers.
Yeah.
Everywhere. And in the background too.
Yep. But I mean, you really, I mean, there aren't really any mistakes. It's definitely just mostly just stuff you haven't got to yet. I love this little halo around her head too. Like a burst of light. Maybe this ear is a little large. What do you think? Take a look at it, see what you think. It could be also that maybe you need to bring the cheekbone out a little further. I don't know. We'll take a look at that. All right. You there, Diane? Did you get kicked off again? All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
You're
can you hear me? Thank you.
I got you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. All right, Suzanne. Wow, you even got some character to her.
She's a little sassy.
Kind of looks like, yeah, she looks like, you want to say that to me one more time, buddy?
Yeah.
She's in a bar or something. What did you say, buddy?
Don't mess with me, right?
You think you're better than me? Hey, you. So, yeah, see this bend right here?
Yeah, she's too crooked.
We'll probably straighten her out a little bit. Yeah, just, and you need to get a little darker anyway. So just a little more straight. Let me try it. I can't get my. Can I get this any smaller? Wait, let me. Let me make it bigger. There we go. And then. Like in there. This needs to go about, to this value. Check it out, see if it's a little bit lighter. They're around the same value, these two values. This, you really smacked those darks. You're getting a lot of drama out of this. It's a good core of a shadow right there. I mean, and so maybe add a little more red to it though. It's getting kind of black on you. And that could very well be this exposure on the camera. So
Yeah, she's pinker in my picture than the computer.
Right. I mean, it's funny how the expression goes, huh? No, I mean, because she's got a smile on her face, but it's more of it's that look in her eye, like, yeah, put that little shadow over the top of her. You hit it too. So that's even making it look crazier. Who are you messing with, buddy?
Yeah, her face isn't long enough. I couldn't figure out. Had a hard time with that.
Let me see. Okay. Put her in on the sides with the hair. That'll elongate her face. It's the oldest trick in the book. Yeah. Take it in on the sides. Here, over hair, and over hair. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Just take her in on the sides a little bit and you'll see. It should help. Which means, you might end up with a lot of hair out here. Hair over here. So then just take a little background back into that and shape it. You might have to lighten this one a little bit. I don't know.
Okay.
You got crazy with that background too. Look at that. And if anything, maybe this ear is a little bit low.
Okay.
Maybe something in there. So just a little clip off the end there, possibly. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Debbie. Okay. Ooh, interesting. He's
It
got
was
sort
kind of a struggle for me.
eyes, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems I felt I had, which I always seem to have, are the edges, you know, just where one big color area sort of fails to quite, you know, border properly the next one. And also my shadows, I think, are really overworked. It just, they lost their transparency, mainly because I don't know how to keep going back.
Well, luckily about the shadows, you're not too dark on them. Even if they're overworked, if you get darker, they'll be, you know, less work.
Yeah.
So believe it or not, what I would do was come into the chords of your shadows a little darker, like in here and around here, a little darker, which may mean maybe I have to get a little darker with the side of our lips there to get that to pop. So yeah, in general, it looks a little bit light, although you hit some really good darks in the hair. So that's what makes your flesh tones really pop out light. And then try to get that shadow. Let me see. Let me clear these. Let me try to get that shadow over her top eye, over the top of her eye.
Uh-huh. The eye, yeah.
That'll set them, like set them in the head, because they need to have a shadow over the top.
Yeah. Well, that'll
Or they'll
help.
go flat.
Yeah. Other than that, I mean, you know, if you can see, like, the ears are completely different sizes, and that was part of, you know, I get when I have a lot of these really wet washes, they end up kind of sometimes covering things I want to leave uncovered or not touching things that needed to be, you know, better defined. And I don't know, is that just practice and experience?
Yeah, and you know, it's a little contouring. I mean, you could contour these a little bit. Let's see. I don't know what I have here, but you could come in with some background and just cut into her ear a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, believe it or not, I mean, her ears are pretty long. I would actually make them longer on the bottom.
Yeah, I know, I cut part of that off by accident.
Right, so I would actually bring them down here, off the top a little bit, and then add a little touch to the bottom. This one's actually correct. I mean, as far as the rules say, you try to, so like use this one as a model right here, and then just take it across, take it across. It's almost, I mean, the bottom of the ear is almost even with the lips.
Yeah, no, it's the tilt. Yeah.
So really,
And
it's
she's older.
pretty small things. The colors in the face are great. I'd probably pop a little bit of little heat in the lips.
Yeah.
And then you said edges. See this edge right here? I would soften this edge.
Yeah, so just soften, and then as far as, you know, you see where the background sometimes gaps between the head and the background. So then what I did is I went back over it, and then I ended up with a sort of an outline.
Yeah.
So-
Oh, yeah. That'll happen.
Really aggravating.
I know. Remember when I started the thing off and I kind of wet the edge and I softened it?
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I do that.
Yeah, well, I think I just need to pay more attention to that, especially when I'm laying in something as contrasting as the background.
I mean, I do it too, so like I can't say I don't do that, but yeah.
That's helpful. Yeah, I think you know, part of it is I go fast, and sometimes I don't monitor certain things closely enough before doing the next thing.
Yeah. See this red you hit on her nose right here?
Yeah.
So I would do that here. And on
Yeah.
the chin, and maybe even a little bit more on the nose. You'll see. After you put it in the shadows a little bit darker, you'll see you might have to darken that. A little bit more red on the nose, we'll see.
Sounds good.
And I don't know about this highlight right here. All of this being in highlight.
Kind of gigantic, yeah.
I'm gonna close that up a little bit. Yeah. Because the highlight right over here isn't really reading as well as these ones are. And I
Yeah.
actually don't totally mind that at all. I mean, I don't mind, but just so you know. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Let's go. Let's go.
Hi.
I like saying your name.
You say it really well.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
You don't say does everybody say, hey, Mitsuko? Hey, how you doing, Mitsuko?
I'm not Mitsuko, I'm Mitsuko.
Mitsuko.
Yes. You do it. You say it correct.
You know, I had my one of my best buddies is Japanese. He and I were roommates in college.
Yeah, you told me that.
Yeah, he used to. I don't know the vocabulary well, but what's it called? Afflection or something like that? I'm decent at afflection.
This is a mineral paper.
Yeah, I can see. So that's just going to be harder. It's a longer drawing.
Yeah, it's maybe. Darker.
So you're doing, this is exactly right. This dark right here, you nailed it.
Yeah.
Just more of that, more through here.
Yeah.
A little bit more in here. I mean, your colors, I like this yellowy. She does have some yellowy.
It bothered me. It doesn't have a pink much.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more pink.
Yeah, I couldn't have that with the colors you always use. I don't know.
The cad red, or?
Yeah.
Is it too?
Maybe it's not cad red what I have.
Mm.
Just red.
Well, do the best you can. I mean, sometimes I know I buy colors that just completely do not do what I want them to do. So, but these are the areas of red in the cheeks and the ears. I put these right next to the shadow edge, just so you know, just as it's coming into light, you'll get a little bit of warmth in there.
Yeah.
Maybe even a little bit something there. And then don't forget the shadow on the whites of the eyes.
I know that's.
A little bit more over there.
I did a little bit on the left side, but.
Yeah, you did. I mean, other than that, I think it's great. I mean, and wow, what an attempt at, is it mineral paper? Yeah. And we gotta do that.
It's not easy, just the paint slides.
Yeah.
And doesn't stay.
Yeah, it's a very delicate process. It's a matter of, gosh, it's a drip thing. Unfortunately, I could show you guys how to do it, but I think I need another hour or two.
But
anyway,
it may not be good for a portrait, right?
Well, no, I have some of my best portraits are done like that.
Oh, really?
But I don't work them on mineral paper, but it resists the same way, so
Yes.
I can't imagine it's all that much different. So anyway. Okie dokie. Thank you very much, Mitsuko.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We got right here. There we go. Barbara. Hi, Barbara.
Oh, hi. I saw that
Hi.
red on there. I got scared.
You're like, oh, I know. I've got to do them in order. Nice eyes. What do you think of the eyes? I like them.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, all overall, it's a pretty light painting, which is normal, in watercolor. I would probably hit a little bit more shadow on the sides of the eyes.
Okay.
Keep them light over here. They are relatively red, but
I was going to ask you that especially on the right eye, she had a lot of red. I didn't know whether to put that in or not.
Oh, I do.
A little pink. Okay.
I mean, might make them look like, a little bloodshot there, but yeah, and this is good. See this warm you have right here? Beautiful. That warm on the nose Fantastic. Might be hard to get that highlight back, but whatever. You can either use white or just leave it.
Okay.
The same warm right here. Put it here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Maybe a little bit more in here. And so the reason your value right here doesn't jump is because this is a little too light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's got that almost white right here on the side of her face. So
Yes.
yeah, we need to get that a little darker. So your colors are all perfect. I have no problem with any of your colors. It's value. The proportions look good too. Yeah, proportions look good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see here now.
Then I was going to ask about her neck.
Yeah, it's
Should
a little
I put
short.
more shadows in her neck?
Oh.
Make her look older, but
Yeah, well, all the shadows need to be darker.
okay.
So, yeah, as you're darkening in the rest of the shadows, you'll see, like in here, you need to go darker, I think.
Mm-hmm.
All this area, and then I just take that right down into here.
Okay.
And then it could very well be that your reflected lights end up too light, so you may need to glaze those down. But I would wait until it's dry first.
Okay.
Make the decision whether to glaze this down another notch.
Should I use the same color? Should I use that?
Yeah.
The magenta and
yeah,
ultramarine. Yeah.
I like all your colors.
I tried to put a little more red in it, and I think it lightened up the shadow on the left of her nose. It was darker originally. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's go over it again. Okay.
Yeah. Nice and dark. Dark in her hair too.
The hair too. Okay.
Yeah, when I put the dark in the hair, see how it makes her look so light? Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, it looks a lot better. Mm-hmm.
So, okie dokie. Thank you.
Okay, Rob,
Oh, yeah,
one more
yeah.
question.
Go ahead.
Would it be possible at some lesson you told us how you can make mouths have different expressions?
Oh,
Could you
sure.
show us some of the ways that you do that sometime?
Yeah. I will.
Okay.
Let me write
thank
that down. Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
Maybe next week.
Can you guys see mine?
Yeah.
See, I can come back here and just play with it with the side of her mouth there and change it to a smile. And then it's the corners of her mouth. The eyes do the same thing. They'll tilt up a little bit too. And sometimes, I don't know. But anyway, I'll play with that.
Okay.
I'll mess with it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's a great thing to do. I mean, great thing to talk about. Okay.
Hi, Rob. I think I sent you a second one.
Oh, Carolyn. Okay. All right. Now you see how our eyes look a little on the concerned side? And she does have a little bit of a concern to her, but it might be the eyebrows. Because when you round off the eyebrows are another thing, right? When you round them off, or when you pull them up high and round them off like that, see how they get a little concerned.
Mm-hmm.
I might lighten them up a little bit. I lighten mine up. So this is good value in there. Wow. I have to say, you definitely are working on your values, huh?
I'm trying.
Good. I can tell. Unfortunately, I'm always telling you to get darker. Now I'm going to tell you to get lighter. I mean, I hate to say that, but on the reflected light, because it's a little lighter out here than it is here, right?
True.
So some of these, I mean, it's mostly this dark outline right here. A little bit of that, I would take that out, and a little bit of this dark. Well, we'll see, because that might be dark. So, but just to get this reflected light,
I can easily take the outer, yeah, right there.
yeah,
yeah.
that'll help.
I did it more and more, and it actually, the line of the jaw is all wrong now because I kept going over it.
The jaws are not easy on her, so. Yeah.
I was just wondering, do you think I may benefit from using a little bit more water when I'm painting? Because I feel like I'm painting quite dry.
It doesn't look like you're painting too dry.
Okay.
Because if you were, you'd have a lot of dry brush marks, and I see them a little bit down here in the neck, but I don't see really any in the face. No. Yeah, if you use too much water, you know, everything will get out of control. Portraits are a little bit more controlled. Now, you don't always have to be really, really controlled when you're doing a portrait, but do you see how light this is, by the way? Right here, I would definitely darken this nostril. So it feels like it's in shadow.
Right.
I know it gets a little reflected light in there, so, you know, I'm aware of that, but just think about that. And then a little bit of reflected light in there, a little bit in there. Colors are great. I love how you got this green interface. I saw that interface. It's really subtle.
Yeah, I always use green in faces, always. I see it for some reason, I don't know.
Yeah, it's well, you're catching the cool. Instead of going blue with it, you're going more, you know, instead of going on the, you know, the yellow orange side, you're going on the yellow blue side, which is making it green. And that's fine. That's a nice cool.
And I also noticed that one can do the lines very easily after everything is done with a very light brush and put all the lines in. Maybe I overdid it, but.
Well, you know, people were asking me today, you know, what will age her? These ones? And here, like you hit that one, and here, hit a couple of those. It doesn't take very much, does it?
No, it's really actually quite simple.
I like these ones too that you got in there. Those are nice.
Right.
Her eyes now look really light on the bottom. I might darken them up on the bottom a little bit because they look like marbles. They're beautiful though. I mean, her eyes do kind of look marble-like, but I'd take a look at those. They're really a kind of a pure blue too, and so I might actually add a little more gray to them. Now I might not be seeing exactly the colors you're seeing, so.
I was thinking I should add some green, but I didn't.
Yeah, I think it might work. Okay.
So is this the last class from this?
No.
We have one more?
Yeah, it should have been the last class, but we had that week off.
Right.
So I could see a little more red in her lips, maybe a little bit more.
Oh, that makes her happier. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
And let's do another portrait, please.
For the last day?
Yeah.
Does anybody want to do another portrait on the last day?
Yes.
Yes.
And if you want to,
yes.
do you care of who? Does anybody care who it is, or?
Nope.
No.
Someone with character. Like this woman was wonderful.
Someone with character.
This was a really good one. Just
character. Who's got character? John Wayne. No.
But in general, all the portraits the photos you picked were always, I thought, excellent. You know, the Jane Goodall. I don't know.
You know, I forgot what the other one was, but I was looking at two different ones, and it came down. I figured I'd just pick this one, but I think there was a man. I'll look and see who it was. It looked pretty good. Hey, George, nice. Now, by the way, everybody, George uses, you know, really, really saturated colors. But here's the thing, and this is a great example of it. Your values, look how you just went for these values. The dark red, the light pink red over here.
That's opera.
There's opera. Yeah. Now, the thing is that, okay, let's say the colors aren't exactly like what he's looking at, but the values are looking pretty good.
Okay.
You know, I mean, you tend to punch those darks maybe a little, maybe this was about as dark as should have gone.
Okay.
But yeah, when I put it on dark like this, and then I let it off, that's about the right dark. So just a little, maybe a little bit lighter. But the thing is that the value is what's making it work. The value. So that's what I want everyone to think about. That, man, value is so important. Again, I might hit some reds, something warm in the halftone, like here.
Okay.
In your case, full on red. And so then we go from, you know, the highlight to the midtone to something, and then to the shadow.
Yeah.
You know, like a half tone right there. Just a step. Like right now, see, this is what you're doing. You got the light and you got the shadow. So then give me a little something in between. Just a little something in between.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. Wow, those eyes just glow. Look at those eyes. Wow. Because you made them not only green next to all that red, but you made them a really light green.
Yeah. It was a cobalt green.
Is that cobalt green? Oh, wow.
Yeah. Holbein.
Now that's a green I'm not familiar with. I have to take it out. Is that what you're using in the background? No.
No, that's cobalt turquoise.
Oh, okay.
And then cobalt. The farther background is just plain cobalt.
Oh, that's cobalt.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I screwed up the drawing again.
Well, actually, your drawing looks, I mean, it might not be leaning over as much, but how did you screw it up?
I think it's too wide. The head is too wide.
Yeah, I could see you taking some of her hair into there.
Yeah, but then I still have the ear way out there.
Yeah. But now look, you see how, let me just quickly show you here. I'll do it in white. You see how the line going through, and then so this line here, so that's kind of going uphill a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I had to do the nose and mouth again, and then I had the top of the head was all screwed up, so I had to do that again in my drawing. And
yep. So what? It looks cool.
Okay, thank you.
That's the thing about expressionism. It's not so much about correctness as it is expression, you know? Even though she has a classic look to her. There's sort of a classical look to her.
Okay. Well, thank you. Also, you need to go back down to Toby, because I think for the...
Did I miss Toby? I'm sorry.
And I think a number of other people. When
Oh,
you
I did?
skipped
Oh.
the Caroline's second one.
Okay.
Thank you, Rob.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I did jump over. Oh, I jumped over a whole bunch of people. Oh, that's because I, okay. Yes, I did. Okay, there you go. Toby.
Hey, Rob.
Hi. Hey, thanks for telling me, George. Yeah, sometimes when I jump ahead, I forget to jump back. Yeah, okay. You guys probably know that already. And this looked like you painted it too. Now it's serious wet into wet on this one. Wow. I was sort of wondering what it would look like more wet into wet. Beautiful, especially I love the darks in the background, all the separation you're getting.
Thank you.
Eyes look really light. That's how my mom's eyes were. My mom had these really crazy eyes and red hair.
Wow.
But she had these really nuts. Her eyes, everybody would freak out on. Maybe not this light, but they were really weird green. Beautiful. What do you think?
Thanks. Yeah, that was fun. I was a little worried about the purple.
Yeah?
I thought, I guess it's the right value. I'm not quite sure. I applied it. It's
Inner shadows? Yeah.
yeah.
I think the purple's just fine. Now, we could go grayer. And if you wanted that to gray down, okay, so it's like a red violet. So I go with a greenish yellow, like a yellow green over that would gray this. I don't think I think it looks good the way it is. So yeah, I'd say the eyes do look a little bit on the light side.
They do. They really are.
And then now with your cores, I would hit those. You did hit them. You did hit them. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Take some of this core right up into here. That's what I would do. It's working great here. I might take a little bit more up into here. The same value you got right there. I would take that up into here, and I would take it right here.
Okay, yeah.
And I'd look at her chin to see maybe a little bit into there. Yeah, but because you keyed it all up pretty light anyway, so I wouldn't go this dark. I would use these values you have right here.
Yeah, what I did is I put in a little kind of a red over the purple to give it a little life. So would you say that red would be what I would apply in those areas?
Yeah. This value right here. I can get a little bit darker. Something like that. Just to emphasize. I'm too big with it, but because you want a little bit of a core, that'll make this look like reflected light right here.
Oh, okay, great. Yes.
Yeah.
Different.
This reflected light right here, it'll bring that. That's what will do that. Same up here. Hit a little bit of core in there, like you did right there. Just slip it in right there with soft edges. It'll work. All right.
Great.
I like it. And if anything, maybe take the hair into her face a little bit more on both sides.
Okay.
Slow her down a little bit there. That's I do that on every painting. Everybody, I always have to, I almost always have to take the hair into the face a little bit. So.
Great.
Okay. Thank you. And Dublin, you got two here? You got one. Okay, same one. Okay. I'll go with the lighter one. All right, you there, Dublin?
Yeah, sorry. I had trouble sending it, and there were a bunch in the outbox, then all of them went. So they're all the same.
Oh, there's more? Oh, okay. We'll see. That's okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No problem. It just looks a little light in the shadows. So I go darker there. Then like we talked about those cores, like, right? So little. a little darker with the core. In fact, what I can do here is just go like this. And then, because the plane of the nose faces sideways here, you'll catch a little bit of reflected light there. And here too. So look for them. But I would just go darker with all of this in here and that, all the way down to the chin. So we have a division of what's in light and what's in shadow, because this definitely looks like light. This definitely looks like shadow. We just need to get them more definite, that's all. A little bit of shadow on this side of the eye. Here too. All that. It's pretty dark in there. Pretty dark in the corners of the mouth too. Good place to hit a red, something redder. Just to get a little more color in the face. This is good, this red right here, this is good for your warms. Wherever you have a warm area, like right in there, it looks like you did hit a little of that in there. That's where I would hit it. And a little bit in here too. That's a good warm. I'd put it here too. And I just butchered your painting, sorry. So, all right, and then I would get pretty dark with the hair here on the shadow side. Pretty dark. I mean, it's darker than the shadows. All right. All right?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks. Okay. Oh, nice values. Nice colors.
Oops. Oh.
I like that green you got in your hair. That's really cool. And the red you have in your ear. Wow.
Yeah, I kind of, I think I should have stopped about a half hour before I started fussing and lost some of the freshness, but then started just playing with color, and I don't know. It's okay. There's it kind of looks like maybe her daughter or something. I don't know.
You know, see the eye, how you handled the eye? I think this is one of those eyes where I would just leave it. I wouldn't really mess with that. Because, yeah, we know there's more definition in there and everything, but it's doing its job. It's doing its job. And I like it. Now in here, technically, I think this was darker in here. Yeah. But again, I love that shadow. It's really beautiful. You know, it's kind of a light. I call that a ghosty shadow because you can't see any definition in it. But you could hit some dark in there, or you could just leave it. I mean, it looks really nice. Sometimes things just look nice unfinished. And here's again, you could argue that we need more definition into the slip and all that. So maybe we need some dark red into this side or whatever. But I think.
Yeah, it kind of disappears into the shadow, that part of the lip.
But it's kind of mysterious in that way, yeah.
I know it got a little dark, the lip. Yeah. So I'd probably pull out something on definitely the bottom lip and just leave it, and I don't know.
And you know, I haven't even seen your figure stuff very much, just in this class, and it's looking great. I got to say, I really like this piece. I like it.
Oh wow, thanks.
I do. And you know, I definitely want to see more watercolor. You know, all I've ever seen from you is your oil. You picked up on this like
I've been doing watercolors the last, doing more of it and outdoors the last maybe 4 or 5 months, just out of just easiness, because the oils sometimes are a pain to get together.
Yeah. I love this. It's green here. You see now, what you did is you took a little of this and you pulled it over here, right?
Yeah.
Well, now my question is, what would happen if you took a little of this and maybe pull it over here?
Yeah. I agree.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I love that red right there in her eye. Very nice. Very almost sergeant-like. Yeah. Now, if you wanted to age her a little bit, you could hit a couple of, hit a couple of these a little stronger. A couple of these, just in halftones, and But why? It's a good head painting. I mean, maybe keep it as a good head painting.
Yeah, I think I might just really not do that much else, because I have a tendency to go back in and then lose, and then really kind of basically ruin it. Anything that was halfway decent about it. So I'll probably just take
It's a nice piece.
Oh, it's terrific.
I might just lighten up the bottom lip a little, because it's just
See, now,
it's so light on the photo, right? I mean, it's pretty light. And I think the shadow kind of bled into it just bled in. It just got a little messy. So,
well, I know, but I kind of like the way the shadow of the lips bleeds into the shadow. So, those are the, those are the things technically they're wrong, but they look so cool. So then you got to say, well, what's right? What is actually right in art? Because that's the talent part of art, where you do these little things that aren't there, and they look good. And then there's the other part of art. There's the correct part of art, where we get all the facts right. Yeah. So before you make another move on this, I might just put it down for a while, and I think it's looking pretty darn good.
Okay.
Janine, did you use any gouache?
No, I just it's just all Daniel Smith watercolor.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Beautiful.
But I did start getting a little. It was just getting so light, and I was losing that dark shadow. So then I just started at the end, just kind of, laying it on. So that's it.
Oh, beautiful. I love that green you put in the hair too. That's great. All right. I'll
thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Suzanne. Okay, we did Suzanne, George, and Michelle. Ooh, light eyes.
Yeah.
So
albino.
Yeah, the eyes could go a little darker. The color of the eye could go dark. It's the right color. I mean, the value of the eyes could go darker. And then you'll see once you hit that you'll probably need to hit something darker. Let's see. Right up and under there.
Okay.
That's a little large. I don't know.
It's hard to get those values just right, because I ended up futzing with it, and then it was kind of started to fall apart. But
yeah,
I love her face. It's awesome.
I know she's she's a pretty sought after figure model. Always has been. Yeah. So give me something dark up and under there. In the corners. This is looking really good. That dark in there. I might slip see this value you got right there. I might slip a little bit more of that right along here.
Okay.
Keep this as your reflected light, and then take a little bit more of this value right in there. Take a little bit more of that right through here. And that'll give you this plane right here facing to the
That
left.
way. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
And maybe the blue in the lips, the values are
I
right.
know.
So just warm them up a little bit, maybe. Maybe some dark in the corner. You got this. I don't know how, it's not obviously not that dark over here, but there's something.
Yeah.
And here too. Yeah, it is startling when you see someone with eyes. Have you seen like an albino person with their eyes really light? I mean, they're pinkish, right? Or I've seen people with blue eyes that are really, really, really light. And they're it's really weird.
I know. Yeah, I can see it now so clearly. Oh well. Easy to fix.
Yeah, no, it's just unfinished. You just go, it's light and you need to darken them up. That's all.
Yeah.
Cool. Great values in the light side of the face though. Look at that. You got the light to really pop away. And see, by hitting this little darker right here, you got that light to look lighter.
Yeah. And I darkened the ear too, which seemed to push the ear back a little bit.
It is at a different plane. Maybe the very edges of the ear can catch light like this, but most of the ear is in a different plane. So, all right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great class.
Good. I'm glad. Dorsha and then Henry. I saw all those Henrys. All right, Dorsha.
Hi.
Look at those colors. You went from blues to greens to reds. You party time in the background, right? All right. Green on the shirt. Why not? Okay. And her eyes still look a little light as well.
Yeah, I since sending her to you, I've done a little bit more, but my phone died, or I'd have sent you another one. Okay. Well, her eyes are pretty light in the photo.
Yeah, they are. They're pretty light. But one of the reasons your highlight isn't popping is because it could be a little darker around it.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can't get the right value with this thing. It's just way too dark. But
So with a rim around the iris?
yeah, just keep it nice and dark around the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Now, her eye isn't that, it's not that dark, but it's.
Yeah, I can see that would help to darken it a bit.
Yeah, that's too light. So yeah. Yeah, I can't get the right value in there, but a little bit of green in there maybe. But a little bit of dark, little bit darker. And I think all this shadow, leave it like it is. I did the same thing, okay? And then I came in later and I darkened up the core of the shadow.
Yeah, I've layered on that so much, it's just turning to streaks.
Well, it could be you're layering on it when it's wet. And if you do that, it'll just kind of it'll get mushy.
Yeah.
So see now, keep this value as your reflected light and then come in a little bit darker for that core.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit darker. I can even see some darker in the hair.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll see that the shadows look a little light. Your colors are fine. I would heat up a little bit of halftones, heat up the halftone, heat up a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
And I would use, see this color you're using, right? That's the color I would use. Or this one.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously not as red as what I'm using, but heat those up. You may find that you might need to heat up the lips a little bit.
Yeah, I have added to the lips since then. It really looks better. It's so interesting. paint, you think it's dark, and it
Yeah.
lightens up next time you go look at it.
Oh, well, and it does lighten up, you know, I mean, it's not an optical illusion or anything. It's watercolor, even when you think you're done with it. And even when you think the thing's dry, you look at it later and you go, did it dry even lighter? You come back an hour later and like, wow, is it me or is it actually drying lighter? All right.
Yeah, so the layering, you just really have to go, I guess, with more, less watery paint as you layer.
Yes. Yeah, not too much water in the paint. No. Yeah, if you like, see how much water you got in the background? Nothing like that.
Yeah.
Medium water. You want enough for it to flow, but you don't want so much that it goes all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, the only time I put down tons of water is when I'm doing a background thing, and I don't care, and I want those kind of effects.
So the blooms are okay?
Oh my, yeah, I have them in mine. I love it. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, it's a place to get expressive. So.
Yeah, I felt much looser doing that.
I think it adds a lot of life to the paintings because we can get so picky on a lot of the details. So.
I actually saved the background till almost the end for that
neat.
freedom.
Well, I'll think of that too on the next portrait we do. Okay.
Have you thought at all about, like, this is our last class next week, about our doing one of our own photos of somebody we know?
You can if you like. And then, so if you want to do that, then what you could do is just kind of follow my process.
Mm-hmm.
And use the same photo, use your own photo. And then when you have your photo of your painting, just send me the photo of your photo as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Henry, and Gail.
Oh, I'm sorry. My email had problems earlier.
No, I don't care.
It's the same. Okay.
Beautiful colors. Wow.
Thank you.
God, this looks like a Russian painting. Have you ever seen a Russian realist
Yeah,
painters?
I love Finch, right?
Fetchin?
Nicholas
Fetchin.
Finch.
Nikolai Fetchin. Yeah.
Fetchin. He died in New Mexico, I think. Taos.
Yeah, Taos. Yeah.
Taos. Yeah. Yeah, I love his painting. Yeah.
The Fetchin Museum.
Yeah.
And, all this dry brushing you did. This looks like a. I mean, I've seen a couple of his watercolors. This looks like a Fetchin almost. Gosh, that's nice. I don't think I've seen a watercolor of a portrait though. Nice colors, nice values.
I didn't mimic him on purpose. I just follow yours.
Well, I really like all the Russian realists, but Fetchin's one of my
I like
favorites.
Finch is the best. Yeah.
I mean, okay. I think I go a little bit darker with the eyes.
Okay. Just a little warmer color.
That's up to you. I like them. So, and then I might go a little bit more shadow on this side.
Okay.
A little more shadow.
White. Okay, it should be warm.
Yeah, a little warmer. Yeah, definitely warmer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get too dark, but yeah, warmer. Let's see. Or maybe we could just soften this edge a little bit.
Yeah, that's my problem. It should be in and out somehow, right? It's too strict.
Sometimes, yeah. Hers is pretty straight, though.
I think this is an early version, actually. If you I did soft the middle of it. Maybe you can go back to one more email. Look at another email. I think I just realized the original, the one I had trouble was sent. Maybe.
Here's the second one. Here's the
Just
first
try
one.
the last one. Anyway, I sent it like 3, right? Or 4. I forgot. Oh yeah, this probably. But
Here's the
this one
third
is
one.
the current one. That's wrong oriented, but it's a later version. The one horizontal probably, but just go ahead with this one. I changed
Okay.
the bridge on those, softened the middle part a little. I lifted
Okay.
a little, yeah.
All right.
I realized that.
You know what especially works
Uh-huh.
in this vase?
Yeah.
This blue right here. That looks so good.
Thank you.
That looks so good on her face. That makes me wish I would have hit a couple in there or something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm going to try for a couple.
Okay.
Those blues are just, they're risky and they're really nice. Pools in the flesh just make flesh look more fleshy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously you don't want too much, but anyway, I think we're looking pretty darn good here. Maybe some redder things in it here. Maybe a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe lips look great. This looks great. You know, I don't know. If you wanted to get this darker, if you wanted the reflected light to pop a little bit more, we could get this darker.
Okay.
I don't know if it's necessary. So I'll leave that up to you.
Okay.
If you happen to do that, then I would do it in this color.
Okay.
You got a little blue in there. See how he hits that? That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful. You know, those are the things that they take you from an intermediate painter to an advanced painter, are these little slips of things like
Well,
this.
that's what I learned from you. Thank you. I think you know, in the even in the plein air, you just the blue and on the darks.
Yeah. It's those little things in the end.
Right.
You see, by the way, everybody, see how he hit this little darker on the highlight? See? And I could see maybe a little bit more of that in here.
Okay.
You know, just set this light off.
To set
Maybe.
the.
Think about that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice
See you
work.
next week. Yeah, I'll be taking partial this class continuously, and then in June I have to switch to landscape because the conflict schedule.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. I'm totally fine with that. Yeah.
I'll write a note when I make a next payment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I understand. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Whoops. Ooh, that looks neat. Gail. All right. Okay, Gail. The yellow and the violet complementary colors. And you went kind of yellow and violet on her skin too. Interesting. Did you do that on purpose?
Well, I tried to do it the way you were doing it, but you know, it was just too dark, and it almost ruined my painting. I was almost started over again. So.
All right. So look at these values you got going here. Really, really shadowy, really nice value. This is a good value study. I mean, I would get a little bit more over the shadow part of the eyes. We'll talk about, and that would be redder. And then I would take more heat in the lips. You need more, more red in the lips, more red in the cheeks, red around the highlight, red along here and here. And you know what I mean? Not red, but something about like this color right here on her neck.
Some warmth.
A little bit redder than that. We just need we need these half tones to be a little bit redder. And that'll get a heat, that'll get some blood moving in her flesh a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
And then over here, I think this is too bright to be in the shadow. I know there's some reflected light back there, but that's a little bright for the shadow. It feels like light. And then, of course, get this a little darker in the shadow over here. And then if you want this to feel like reflected light over here, make it a little lighter, a little darker there, or you could come back. Did you come back and scrub these out? These little bit?
Yeah, yes, I did.
So then I might do the same thing here. A little bit there. That's something I do too. I'll scrub out a light and then I'll come back and put a color over it usually. So I might scrub it out too dark. I mean, I might scrub it out too light and then I'll come back and hit a little bit something more dark in front of it. Again, too, the neck would probably get a little bit of reflected light. So think about bringing some of this color and value down into the neck here. All right.
Okay.
And then we're looking pretty good. Yeah, once you get a little shadow over there, I think that'll be good on the eyes. I think that's pretty good. This is kind of a straight edge right here, so I would just soften that edge.
Okay.
Any kind of hair where hair meets flesh, try to keep it a soft edge. All right. It's about it. That warm in there really works. Interesting. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Did I get everybody? Did I miss anyone? All right. That's a big class.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
All right. Thank you all. I'll get that to you.
Thanks, Rob.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob. See you
You're welcome.
Sunday.
Oh, yeah,
Thank
that's right.
you, Maestro.
Thank you, sir. I will see some of you on Sunday and Monday. Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Happy May.
No, it's coming right up here, huh? Wow.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow's May Day.
Ah, Mayday.
Yeah. Remember May Day and maypoles and crepe paper and I don't know.
All right. I'll get that to you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for watching, everybody. See you next week.